dinner time here in Kyiv. I've been feeling hungry. I've been feeling like I need a little bit of food. I think I need a little bit of ramen. Let's send it over to our panel, Shiver and the boys.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Indeed, we're getting ready for some more eliminations. That's the name of the game today. We've already said goodbye to 2 teams. We said goodbye to Aster. We said goodbye to Alliance, and we're about to witness Virtus Pro, VG Gaming. And if we look at the series earlier today, Lizard, there's been one overarching theme a little bit.
All of the playoff teams are being eliminated, getting wrecked actually.
Yeah.
At least Alliance put on some sort of a fight. Aster just completely got dominated in that first series. Makes you question, like, what's happening? And the wildcard so far looked like the strongest part of the tournament.
They look crazy, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, that was a concern a lot of people, I think, had coming in once the season was even announced. Like, this idea that you can perform really well in your region and just get a free ride to the playoffs. We saw that conversation begin again when Liquid made such a huge run through the wild card, through the group stage, and then they were eliminated, they get nothing.
Yeah.
Not just that, like the points. Like, there's Aster, Alliance, Beast Coast.
They're going.
Virtus
They're
Pro?
in. Virtus Pro as well, right?
VP, they took a series, but
True.
nobody else. Beast Coast eliminated from groups. Alliance have yet to win a series of international LAN Dota, but they're going to be qualified directly to TI. I mean, I do hope they perform. They're still going to be my pick, I think, to perform.
I do want to talk about this difference in terms of having played a lot, which can be seen at this point, and we kind of gotten it proven that it's a good thing, right? That you get a lot of practice, you get to hash out all the little things in the draft, in the heroes, in the meta, versus you get to study all of that. You get to see what everybody else is playing. The amount of data available on VG Gaming right now, coming from the wildcard group stages into playoffs, that's an amazing amount. You should be able to find a weak point, right, Kyle?
I would assume so, yeah. I think teams kind of already have, which is why they're here, starting off in the lower bracket.
Yes.
I had really high expectations for them coming in, but right out of the wild card, it felt like Nigma continued to iterate and just improve. And Vici, I think,
Stayed the same, right?
they got figured out a little bit as well. I'm really looking at Poyoyo to step up. I couldn't even find his age on Wikipedia when I was trying to do
He does not have an age in Wikipedia, and
Yeah.
neither does TYW.
We stole it from his passport. He's 21, but he's...
What if he didn't want to have that?
He maybe didn't want to have that shared.
No, I just don't... He's new.
Yeah.
He's been on the Keen Gaming
He's Eric.
B team.
Yeah.
He was on Keen Gaming for a bit, and now he's on Vici. But he, I think, is the X factor. You compare his performance to Ame, I think that's the big difference between PSG LGD and Vici. And right now, remember, they're playing for a TI spot
Yes,
this series.
Yeah.
this series.
Poyoyo actually has a lot of room to improve when it comes to the stability. He has very high highs, but he's unstable a little bit. And because of that, perhaps Vici Gaming isn't looking as strong as PSG LGD. It's been pretty much the same in the region, in the regional tournaments. Like, some series he owns, like the Jugs game
Yes.
he had here. Some series, some voids, just chronos, nothing. It happens.
Happens to everybody, it
To
turns
everyone,
out.
it seems. In the same spot on the map.
Yeah, why not? A very tricky spot, perhaps. Don't know, but when you're saying Poyo is a new kid on the block, 21, very young, you look over to their opponents today, Lizard,
They're all young.
they're all under 21 apart from DM, who is 21.
Yeah, literally, he's the oldest one, the senior in the team, also the one with the most international experience, I would say,
Yes.
as he played for some NA teams as well, right? But they look still very, very solid in the league. In the league, they are the Bears. In the league, Virtus Pro, they're this CIS team that they give themselves the disadvantage of a draft on purpose so that they can see and check out these
Yes.
different drafts if they can work or not. However, on the international stage, they don't look like Bears. They're more sort of a cub sort of
Yeah,
team,
well,
right?
I think part of that as well is that they don't have the experience, and it doesn't seem like they have that next step of pre-planning that a lot of these other more experienced teams have. If you look at the squads that are continuing to compete internationally, right? PSG LGD, Zhao 8, Bulba on EG,
They're playing against Fenrir
RMN
right now.
with Team Nigma, huh?
They're playing against Fenrir right now as the Vici Gaming's coach.
Correct.
Yes.
The problem with VP is that they just pick the same stuff. They try to outskill people. They try to just put on the boxing gloves
Very stubborn,
and beat
right?
their opponent into
Yeah.
submission. They weren't challenged. in the Eastern European DBs.
They were not.
2 seasons ago. Let's just be real. They weren't challenged.
Do you think that's actually the problem? That they're maybe a little bit overconfident coming from CIS?
And they don't have anybody to bounce ideas off. I believe their coach in their coach slot, like in the draft, is just their manager. And that prevents you from preparing for what the enemy team's going to prepare for against you. You
One
saw
step
them.
ahead. You need to...
Team Nigma, all about the damage reduction, right? They had incredible counters to the mass physical damage, and VP just looked lost. They had no way to win that game. They were strategically outfought. Outskilled, maybe a little bit, but they had no method to win that game.
And regarding their manager playing a big role, they have said in interviews during the season that, you know, they are all young kids on the block. And yes, DM is 2 years older, but he doesn't, like, he fits in the sense that they're all equals. They don't treat him like, ooh, veteran on the block, because he's just one of the guys as well. They're veteran that they look for stability and for being able to deal with the LAN scenarios, which are a little bit more stressful, is the manager. He's the, in that sense, a little bit of the mental coach, you could almost
That's
say.
also very interesting because it's not the same manager. I'm pretty sure I'm correct that it's not the same manager that was covering the old VP squads. So they came from
not.
VP Prodigy, and the roster of the whole team is pretty much different, going from the highest echelons of the team itself.
Yeah, but the thing is, you learn from losing. I think that's a big part of what has allowed Nigma to become so much better. You learn better the flow chart of the meta. You have your stuff, but now you know the directions you have to go, the tweaks to make to get a win out of what could be a loss.
I know, it's ready for drafting time. I have one question. Vici or VP?
I have been requested. Both teams DM'd me, and they said I should not make any predictions. So I'm sorry, I'll have to...
Fair enough.
Can you please just give me a team name so I go in the opposite direction? No? I'll go with Vici.
Okay, well, we're going to find out who takes the first game of this series. We're ready for the draft panel. Let's take a look at what the team's got.
The same question. We see Vici Gaming playing a lot of games. Group stage, wildcard seems to be an advantage. You think that Virtus Pro is going to be hurting Lacoste from just showing up straight into the playoffs and then bumping down into this lower bracket already?
I wouldn't say it's a disadvantage. Maybe in terms of like you're showing your hand, but other than that, Virtus Pro, they're screaming. You know, they're in a hotel, playing in a chill environment. But I don't know if they're like screaming right now. You probably screamed against most of the teams that were here. Vici Gaming, like you pretty much playing the same style as they did during the season 2. I don't see too much variation. What I'm concerned about is like how timid they look. I think the Nigma series broke them, losing in, I believe it was 40 minutes overall, 2 games. And after that, they did not look good. I've been praising them really hard during the Season 2. PYW and DY, favorite support coming out from China. You heard it probably multiple times. We work together. They don't look as good.
Yeah, so in regards to Vici Gaming, I'd say the one upside is after losing to Nigma and then losing the first game to PSG, the second game, the hour-long game where Poyo had like 28 kills Juggernaut, that was like a standout game for me, where if they had that kind of level of, I guess, enthusiasm and just kind of gung-ho attitude, then this easily could have been them in the top 2 looking at an upper bracket. So, but it's just a little bit late for that type of performance to really come and kick in. So I think both teams, they have to prove, because one team easily should be upper bracket, one team got, somewhat slaughtered by Nigma, so it's a rough position for both teams.
Also, I guess there could be something said for the delay, perhaps putting a little bit of change of plans into VP and throwing them off balance a little bit.
Might be. If you play the game 30 minutes like after you were supposed to play it, even like 5 seconds, something might be different. Different idea comes in, you click a different hero. it's how things work. But yeah, maybe we gotta give them credit for being good lads, allowing Nigma to take the rest and then play the series after. Something that I don't think many teams would do, but very nicely done from them.
Yeah, at least for VP, they are basically secured for TI already, so the stakes aren't as high. VG Gaming, however, they are still grinding their way up. And I know all these other teams that have somewhat been eliminated, like Beast Coast, who were also on the cusp of that 800-point border, are biting their fingernails, and they're like, oh man, I really hope all these underdogs don't start succeeding. And then now Spirit, coming out on top versus Alliance, starts throwing all this into question.
So what we're saying is we need the teams that are at TI to just lose right now.
Right,
we need
exactly.
VP to lose, we need EG to lose later, just so that we get the lower bracket of like who fights who to then maybe have the chance of getting enough points. So you've already chosen who you want to win the series then, right?
I'm a in-game hero type of analyst. I have favorites, of course, just based off of storylines, and obviously the highest stakes of having every single game not only matter just for the state of the tournament and who's going to win the AniMajor, but who's also going to go to TI. Oh man, that entices me. But in this game, Vici versus Virtus Pro, clash of styles, China versus Eastern Europe, and I was kind of underwhelmed with VP's hero selection.
Yes, especially the second game against Nigma, where they decided to play Mars as a safe lane, Kunkka on the off lane. It's just
Against the Razor also.
yes. I just don't like Mars is okay. Mars is completely fine if played, let's say, on a mid.
Vici Gaming's turn to ban.
Hero they played as 4 or 5, and as well they really know utilize it. I don't know. Usually I have an answer. If I don't have the answer, I lie. In this particular situation, I actually don't know what to say because they we talked about them. We compared them to good old F5 Fenrir duo when they were god tier for years together. I just you can
help
me.
you. I've got you. All right. So you asked about PYW and DY in the tournament so far. PYW, he's the lad most neutral count stats in the game, 17 out of everyone. DY, he's the lad with the most observer awards killed.
10 seconds. Vici Gaming.
Really, out of the whole tournament.
Yeah, sorry. He's an active lad. You know, he's getting out there. You know, what else can I check?
Maybe it's not their fault then.
Maybe it's not. It's not the support. Most assists in the game so far. Who's it? PYW or DY? Take a pick.
I'll take PYW.
10 seconds.
There's DY. There it is.
DY Pablo, let's go.
You want another one? Most stuns in the game. Who is it? PYW or DY?
PYW again.
Wrong. It's DY. And again, I'm
Vici Gaming's turn to pick.
But anyway, very good stuff. And yeah, it's
Timbersaw into AA, but these guys, they're not afraid. Usually it backfires. There's still Nyx Assassin in the. I wouldn't mind that. Possibly,
10
maybe even
remaining.
Ursa. I don't mind the Ursa opener, but you already have things covered for the
5
Timbersaw
seconds
pick.
remaining.
and when we talk,
It's like they instantly.
Yeah, I know. They didn't care
exactly.
who it was.
Well, this is basically the key Virtus Pro lineup. You know, Timbersaw line was the strongest combination they ever brought out in the DPC. The reason behind that was simply the heroes that counter Timbersaw in laning phase, the line helps mitigate, right? Heroes that get on top of you, like a Ursa or a Slug, that extra bit of Sable from the line in the laning phase, be it the Hex or the Earth Spike, even the Mana Drain, opponent, it ensures Tim. Yeah, think about the annoyance of a Timbersaw. What player in the game actively is happy when Timbersaw's in the...
Okay, they go into Dragonite. I remember start of the 2020. This is where Dragonite was played at the safe wall, exact the same lane.
Virtus Pros turn to ban.
Cold Feed, the Dragon Tail stun. I don't think you can ask for better stuns in the lane. Maybe paired up with the Mirana because of the anime connections, plus Mirana, but it looked good, and they might pair it up one more time. Dragonite, a hero that
remaining.
Is one of the highest win rates in the tournament.
5 seconds remaining.
768% over 25 or 20. The last series started, so 1 or 2% less.
Or they've merely been given. And they haven't even been
VG Gaming's turn to ban.
Old 11, you know, he's not kind of a Dragonite type of a player. It's very hard to throw a game with Dragonite, so I want to see someone who can mess up the abilities, go in, overextend.
Examples? Like, what's his, like,
10 seconds remaining.
Like, give me Old 11 Pango, even though he looked pretty stable during the
Virtus
first and the
Pros
major
turn
on
to
the
ban.
hero. Otherlord's kind of sluggish. Old 11.
He played a lot of Timbersaw at the DPC
He
season
did.
2.
I remember like one specific situation. Old 11 Timbersaw, he bit of malice being cast on the ground, cancelled, and then he's like, "Oh, Underlord's there.
10
I'm going in."
VG Gaming's
While
turn to
rest
ban.
of the like 3 heroes backing up the Under. It's just insanely talented player, but sometimes tends very weird.
Yeah, I will say this tournament. How often have you seen it where like a glimpse of a hero vision? Players today, nowadays, they're just in. They don't even care. Like, sure,
10
11, but
seconds
so many
remaining.
like Magnus players, they even see single moment they're just RPing
5
in the fog that's
seconds
going. And
remaining.
that is scary if you have a player like that with that level of confidence. Make you or break you as a
Break one. Right, and I personally really not good. Hoodwink, 7 games played, 85%. I just
Virtus Pros turn to
word,
ban.
but pretty bad.
I think it's been kind of popularized due to primarily I think playing it in the fire throw. We played it there as well. I think Secret did it before they got down. But, and it's just the idea of just down your
10 seconds remaining.
Break mechanic.
and the break
Not
mechanic. Yeah.
Too many heroes in game.
5 seconds remaining.
Again, drag. So much lately. Timbersaw, he's been really not a surprise. I just thought the hero not as strong.
Breaks Viper was a lot of protection for the Ursa. They damage from Enchantress. Elder Dragon form illusion.
The key thing from Richie Gaming is they confidently picked the K because they knew that they already had the AA to deal with. People watching right now,
Virtus
like, how they picked
Pros
Spore
turn
into
to
Timber.
pick.
What are they doing? But now they have
VG
those
Gaming's
instant
turn to
setup
pick.
stun to then layer the AO in. T.
If I draft is weak.
Very Chinese draft.
It's
Okay,
actually
okay.
very Chinese. They love eat
10
5. They
seconds
like
remaining.
Lion, Timbersaw. If they strong
5
support duo that's
seconds remaining.
ET, you're all value from the heroes. I don't know how, but Lion somehow 5 nerfs buff. Very surprised by that.
Instant CC here. Started to fall off as we end. Meta. Neither of these have any heat yet. Either team's.
You don't need
But-
to buy Holy Lock
Yeah,
and
just
that
By
you're
Holy Lock,
healed.
Healed,
it's just
yeah.
that easy.
Gaming, right now they're trying to decide in their draft flex, because we'll hear from Virtus. And the confidence of Virtus Pro in the style of draft is when you pick offlane it into then 4 and 5. Sorry, was like, oh well, they're not flexing anything's happening.
Virtus
And
Pro's turn
Gaming,
to pick.
they need to try and be a little bit creative. And instead, bam, an interesting pick into Tim. So in regard, so
VG Gaming's
regards to
turn to
laning
pick.
phase, doesn't have the puts a little emphasis now.
I think
your 4 needs to be able to help this.
Yes, for sure. But Dragonite should have a
Nothing to say.
against ET, against Skeleton.
10 seconds remaining.
Much about
Muy bien, chiquitos.
You're still thinking it's an old 11 DK?
5 seconds
I think they
remaining.
shifted
VG
the position.
Gaming's turn to ban.
interesting. Yeah, it's like seen a lot of these double range supports. The idea of they need to be able to play around someone. Luckily, the game in this game, okay. But because of this Grim pick, I have bigger feeling it's just a
10 seconds remaining.
You want his timers to come quicker to then connect into that DK
5
in the off lane.
seconds remaining.
You then it's a bit difficult.
Virtus
I would love to
Pro's
see him.
turn to ban. VG Gaming's turn to ban.
That's true.
Die in that lane. A lot of kill potential, double stun. The reason why Dragonite is so... A lot of the boxes very... Double range. You have that stun.
10 seconds remaining.
Go in, blink in the shield. Other off lanes.
5 seconds remaining.
The main thing here that
Virtus
the
Pro's
off lane, no matter
turn
what it
to
is,
ban.
we need to see that support play with the safe to either pressure the Tim dives early on, or you fully ignore that lane, accept that you're going to be part of the map and start moving aggressively. Start finding some kills. They need to take some early towers. They need to accept that Timber's going to have a good game.
10 seconds remaining.
Get the Spectre to like Manta, Diffuse or Scardy, and then he's going to have a
5
great time.
seconds
That's
remaining.
the itemization.
Possibly on mid and have a better match. It's
VG Gaming's turn
boards
to
like
pick.
two very squishy. Block Void Spirit just take care of those business in the back line, going on top of them. You...
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Doom gets banned out, and Puck gets banned. They're also keeping an offlaner. They are looking for an old 11 hero. He did play some Legion.
Yeah, Legion Commander, super pop.
And now
China, pretty much a
nothing.
first pick material, and no one touching the hero.
Virtus Pro's turn to pick.
Storm Spirit!
Not even any.
Okay. So it is going to be the first time that Vigi Gaming in the tournament. Okay, which is a beautiful thing. I meant to develop.
DK off.
DK offlane, yeah, sorry. They go for the Storm.
10 seconds remaining.
And the Conquer.
5 seconds remaining.
There's other spirits available, Ember and.
I wouldn't mind seeing any of these two. Like leash mechanic, this spirit pretty much.
You may now
Banned
select
out,
your
they go with
heroes.
the tiny. First, both of the supports, tiny. First,
Muy bien, chiquitos.
this time around,
Muy
it's
bien,
tiny
chiquitos.
without a real. Time they don't dwell, but if you pair him up with Magnus, tends to skip.
VP, they're looking to play this game off of the back of, GPK and DM should in his lane. GPK, if he gets the ball rolling, gets that early dagger, once they pair up, there won't be much map for Vigi Gaming to play it, and it's going to be on them to take a. Of course, Spectre going into the late game here, you'll have a great time with, Skadi, Diffusal, Mantle, and all these items. Getting there, saw earlier today how Wraith King with a couple items like Alliance played it can be so cutthroat, can be devastating for VP. They're just fully subscribing to the idea of play off for the GPK, play off for DMs, good lane. Wraith King couple items, go crying in the game.
Hanyan thinks pretty even. Feeling those percentages, Lacoste?
Yeah, I'll go with the chat. The chat knows the best, so I'm gonna go with them. I kind of like even though it's like Lion, it allows them to side lanes well. I like Grimstroke. So shot cover fade one and attack. That, but I'm a bit afraid for V lose 5k gold. I think they're pretty.
Eastern Europe was able to prevail earlier, and China fell even earlier than that.
Prepare
Now we'll see what happens when they go head-to-head. Game number 1, Captain 8.
I'm done.
That's right. For this hype matchup, they brought the smartest analyst they possibly could here. We've got AUI joining me, and that's why I actually drew on the third eye. I needed that extra understanding to be able to break down this game with you, Curtis.
Thanks, Cap. You're the best.
All right, Vici Gaming versus Virtus Pro. This is obviously a must-win for Vici Gaming. You've been following the story that is happening for this last year. Vici Gaming, they are not going to be going to TI if they get dropped out right here. They need to be able to keep moving through this lower bracket, and they have a tough opponent ahead, Virtus Pro, who we were actually talking a little bit backstage. VP, they were supposed to be one of the teams who, you know, team seeded into the playoffs, who knows how they do, but Virtus Pro was supposed to be one of the good ones.
They were supposed, honestly, I expected them to be the best. Just seeing these guys in pubs, just like talking to them, thinking about their potential as players, they looked really strong. They didn't do as well the last major, but they had some like mitigating circumstances. This major, they played 6 games a day for like 2 weeks. They were ready, and they haven't shown us so far.
Yeah, they ended up running into Nigma, and I think they put up a good fight game 1, game 2. I would almost say draft. I left them a little bit in an awkward position. Fight over the bounties, and Vici Gaming are still going to be able to get 2 for 2 despite the moves from VP. How would you describe these the 2 matchups of the draft? It looks to me like, okay, a little bit more late game and pick off on Vici, while Virtus Pro is going to be very much in your face, constantly pressuring you.
In my head, I think this game is a lot on the offlaners. I think both offlaners have matchups that they should be able to pressure in. Timbersaw should do very well for Spectre A, and if they can take that tower off the first wagon and use that to defend their ball tower, I think VP's draft looks very nice to play.
It does seem like a relatively free Timbersaw game. Am I crazy in that? I mean,
they have AA, which is always a threat. I think Grimstroke's pretty good, like their supports are good, but if you have the items, as long as you're not going YOLO alone, like it should always be fine for you.
Yeah.
Oh, they got 2 couriers on the ET there. That's a very nice pickup.
Dang, Kingslayer showing up and getting a decent amount of gold for his team. That's what, 250 gold?
Yeah, ET just one of those fast 5s. He even bought the Windlace. When he gets that spear back to him, he just runs him down and one-shots them.
Yeah. And he's going to use the second round of the Spirit. Try and looks like secured CS actually going for PYW. Old 11 seeing that. Turns around, Dragon Tails him, and pushes him away, defending his support. Now, you said something that was, I think, was pretty interesting early on. You said that Vici Gaming is very dependent on their supports. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
So I think Vici Gaming, because they've had similar support duos, or maybe it's just a DY thing for the past few years, they've always had very active supports. They would always make early mid rotations.
Trying to get that here. Kingslayer is going to be hit by this Inkswell. He's actually going to take a lot of damage. He's going to fall here. No Fairy Fire, anything to protect him. Old 11 picks up the first blood as Kingslayer gets a bit over-aggressive.
Yeah, that's huge. I think despite the result against Nigma, Knight done relatively well in all his lanes at this tournament so far. Ooh, he just stuns a range creep and it doesn't die. That's unfortunate.
That always feels bad when you use mana to try and secure CS and it gets denied anyway, and you're just like, oh god, that was embarrassing.
Yeah, it's very sad. But anyways, back to the earlier point. I think Vici supports are generally regarded as 2 of the best supports in China. They're very active around the map. They make a lot of moves with the mid catapult. In this game, it seems a bit harder for them to do that. They have Grimstroke A. I mean,
there isn't that natural synergy between the 2 supports, right? Like, for them to come together and make some plays happen.
For sure. I think generally the 2 most successful teams at this tournament are LGD and Nigma. And with just a few exceptions, usually they get a melee range pairing, just so that you can have more map control. There's exceptions like Nigma and Rubik with double range, because he sort of acts as melee here with his ranged instant stun, and also run Enchantress with it, because, you know, if you have a creep, you're basically a melee hero.
Sure.
But yeah, I'm interested to see how this will turn out.
And as a result, you said they're more reliant on their cores this game, and you said it's the opposite for Virtus Pro. I mean, that is a playmaking support duo right there. Lion plus Elder Titan, like, that's a lot of damage.
For sure.
Decent amount of stuns.
I think how VP's lineup functions.
Nice toss back. GPK, though, maybe tossing it back into an unfortunate position as if anything, or he appreciated that vantage point.
Even with the AA, you can see Vici supports are getting active early. You can imagine, like, maybe if they had a bit stronger support duo, they would have made that work.
Okay, so what is the... It just sounds like to me active supports are the flavor, but there's always a give and take. What is the advantage of being able to have a little bit more passive supports? What do they typically give you?
I think in this game, the advantage of your supports, mid lane again, though, there's just a lot of aggression. Like, this Storm is going up with 200 HP. He's crazy.
It really is.
The benefit of these supports, I think, is that they provide a lot of burst and mid-game damage. They cover a lot of the magical damage needed, because generally, even though you have, like, Spectre, DK, they're sort of low damage cores, I'd say. But because of these supports, like, I don't think they'll feel it on Vici at all. To be honest, like, both drafts are pretty well-rounded. They should both be able to play Dota this game.
Smooth move by Save. The double Earth Spike into snatching away the Water Rune, which will give GPK a bit of an advantage as he grabs the other one, fill up his body. And Poyoyo currently being left alone against the Timbersaw, but that is kind of intended, right? There's not a whole lot that Ancient Apparition can do against a Timbersaw.
It's like intended, but it's not a good position to be in.
Yeah.
And this Timbersaw is first ban versus DM in pretty much all the DPC. He's a very scary Timbersaw player. He knows how to pressure, and he generally will play within his limits.
Yeah, this looks like one of my pubs, you know? I pick up a 5 position, I get Timbersaw, and I'm just like, well, I can't do anything to help you anymore. My carry's yelling at me, why are you leaving the lane? And I'm like, but I can't do anything.
I just can't do anything versus some of these heroes. And this is very important for Timbersaw because he needs to take this tower early. If he does not take this tower before the A and the Grimstroke hit levels, then he will no longer be able to aggress on the map. The lack of map control will sort of result in him having to take a bad spot on the map, and he won't get to play the Timbersaw game.
And so we'll have to definitely keep an eye on DM, his progression in that. Meanwhile, Save, similar situation, though it feels good for him. He's allowed to be able to roam around the map, knowing that his Timbersaw doesn't actually need him.
I wonder if they can kill this DK, though. He's a very tanky hero. They might be able to do it. They're not even going to try.
Yeah, they're just going to try and zone him out right now, showing both their supports, but not actually getting a kill for it. Oh, they're actually going off the Wraith King, despite knowing that there's 3 heroes here. They do a ton of damage to the Wraith King, almost bring him down. Now here comes the turnaround, but because Nightfall's low, he can't get aggressive. It looks like Vici Gaming's, their philosophy there was, we strike first, and they won't be able to return fire.
I think that was a planned move, not even to cut a Wraith King, but just to draw the supports away from the 6-minute rune. I mean, Tiny ends up getting it anyways because they got unlucky, but because both supports were late to this rune, theoretically Storm should have got this rune.
Yeah, and Storm's getting a power rune.
Yeah, that's a really cool. It's like low risk too, right? Because this DK is just so tanky. Grimstroke's gonna cast spells from the back. That's actually if that was intentional, that's really next level.
Yeah, that's really interesting. GPK turning around Avalanche, trying to keep Ori back, but he's gonna get pulled back into the cold feet. Does root him down. They have a sentry available. Throw the silence on him to make sure there's no toss. Ainsquell may actually be able to get them +1 here. His Save is in some trouble and turning around, doing a lot of damage to Ori. Ori does manage to finish off the Lion. Kingslayer slowed down by just a little bit of AoE. He's going for the kill, but time and time again, he's going to find those nasty supports, keeping him away from being able to get their first kill of the game. Vici Gaming up 3-0.
And ET was 10 mana off a Stomp there. Just sort of unlucky. He might have been able to get that Storm, but excellent slows from AA is keeping him alive.
I always feel like Ice Vortex is a rather underrated ability.
Yeah, I agree. That spell is nuts. Look at top lane. He's pressuring Poyoyo here.
Yeah, this is...
I will say though, Vici managed to defend the... Oh, they're going for him.
Yeah, they really are. Ori trying to make use of his trip back to base to TP up to the top lane and kill DM, and they've got him. Poyoyo secures it with the dagger. And this is, I mean, this is a bad sign, right, Curtis? You said that, like, this Timbersaw needs to be able to take this tower before the supports get too strong, get to their level 6s, and you know, already dying in lane. That's not going to feel great.
I didn't get to see it, but this tower's only missing 300 HP when he was solo against a Spectre. So I think DM messed up or Poyo outplayed him. Like, maybe he baited him away from the catapult or something.
Yeah, he's 46 and 3, too.
This feels wrong, right? Like, Timbersaw versus a Spectre lane, he doesn't have an Orb of Venom on Timbersaw. I think that's something I usually see on this hero versus Spectre. You also see him and you click him out of lane. Poyo is very happy considering the circumstances he went into. Meanwhile, you can see at bottom, it's 8 minutes in, but they kept their wagon alive. That's a lot of pressure. If they don't respond, this tower's dead.
Can we see net worth very quickly? I just want to see if how much regen the Spectre is probably invested into. No, she's second on the board.
I think the A bought everything for him. Look at the DK's net worth. He's just a beast this game. This hero has become... He's like a hero you don't think would be strong in lane, but the Neo stun is just 70 mana, 70 damage, sets up a double stun. He's so much pressure.
Yeah, it's just so hard to trade with him, right? It's just like so many of these melee heroes, you get into a little bit of right-click war, he Dragon Tail stuns you, the support does all the damage, and he does all the frontlining.
And you can see VP, they really want to take this top tower before the bottom tower dies, if you look at their draft.
Yep.
But they're not able to do it just because I think Vici just played the lanes better.
Nice catch by GPK if they can get it. Poyo dagger through the trees, and save is not going to be there in time.
Raindrop.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone buy Raindrop versus Tiny. Very good item.
Yes.
13 mana, boy.
Man, Vici are playing these lanes so well. Honestly, in groups, they didn't do poorly in groups, but I was honestly disappointed because I expected more from them. How they're playing this game, I feel like they would have performed really well in groups. They're playing fantastically.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like between the two teams that came out of the wildcard group, it felt like Nigma was getting better and better, and Vici Gaming kind of like went down a little bit.
And at the same time, like, it's a lot of draft stuff, right? A team can look really good if they have the right draft, and a team can look really bad, even if they're the same level as the first team, just because their draft's a bit off. This game, you can see they've sort of adjusted to the meta. They have this DK that's been so popular, this AA hero, even the Spectre that Nigma has shown to be really strong. He's going to Echo Saber build. I've been building that item for 2 years. Everyone flame me. It's really good.
Shout out to the haters. I get them.
I've been building that item for so long, you know. Just, you have our teasing. Why are you building Echo Saber? Are you stupid?
I would blame you. Why does my Spectre have an Echo?
It's a really good item. No one understands. Thank you.
All right, so in that case, illuminate us as the man who pioneered this. What makes it?
I think the reason why it feels so good is because it's a fighting item that actually helps you farm a lot. How you farm neutral camps is a lot of the time you're running between camps.
Yep.
So while you're running between camps, the cooldown comes up, and you get like extra hits. You farm a lot faster. It's a faster farming item than Yasha on most heroes, for example.
Okay.
Also, I mean, the stats on it are absurd now. They've buffed it so many times because people refuse to believe me and never bought it. So
Spectre has always needed a mana regen
for sure,
item, right?
Yeah, exactly. Mana regen. It's 15 strength now, which makes you really tanky. Is it 15 strength now? Pretty sure it's 15 strength now. It makes you really tanky.
I'll just believe you.
Yeah, 15 strength, and I don't know. You can disassemble it later for some Orchid BKB in a clutch situation. It just has a lot of utility.
15 strength, 10 intelligence, man.
That is a strong item.
Yeah, that is a lot.
Also, the double hit, the slow on it is honestly underrated. There's a lot of heroes that can use it without even proccing the cooldown. For example, I think we saw Pangolier with Echo Saber.
Yep.
On the Swashbuckler, you don't proc the cooldown, but you get slow on every hit. Same for Void Sphere. I saw Thompson going down in the pub. So this game right now, VP, their map control feels weird, I think, with their lineup. They're sort of waiting for this timing on Tiny. He's getting close to his Blink Dagger, but they can't really make any aggressive moves right now. And being against like a Spectre Storm AA lineup, that's really scary going into the late game.
Yeah, that is something that in the Nigma lineup, it felt like in some ways Virtus Pro had a similar stalling out period where they couldn't pressure the Spectre enough. Inkswell competent, the Storm Spirit, and an Ice Blast. Yeah, that's a dead Timbersaw right there. And Vici Gaming with a successful rotation off of a smoke.
Because this Timbersaw didn't defend bot tower, because he didn't defend top tower, he didn't take top tower early enough, it feels like he has to take really dangerous farm now in order to have any map presence. If you can imagine a situation where he took top tower and he's just sitting bottom, sort of defending his area of the map from Vici, if they dive him like this under his tower, they will turn and they'll kill all of them. So he's lost alone there. He can't contribute to the game.
I kind of want to back up on that point because I think some people miss out on this. It's these offlaners that are able to take their tower first and then TP to their safe lane, and they just stand there right there on the wall. He just came back Those mid laners immediately going to be caught by the Dragon Knight plus Inkswell combination. Once again with the Ice Blast. They're going to turn around onto the Spectre who haunted in, but it looks like they're a little shy on damage. Nice double Dragon Tail stun off of the bound there from PYW, but they're deep underneath this tower. They are going to be able to kill Kingslayer, but at the same time, Old 11, his life is forfeit for all of this action. A 1-for-2 trade to the favor of Vici Gaming.
They didn't even bring their Storm to the fight. They drew every single VP hero there, and you can see like the power of the Vici line. They have so much burst that even if they're missing heroes, you can like rotate around, change who's the one position in terms of farm priority. Spectre's Haunt? Okay, we're gonna fight with her. Okay, Spectre's no Haunt? Okay, maybe Storm has to come this time. It's just really smooth, fluid gameplay, and as a result, they're up 2k. They're looking good on this map.
Yeah, that is an interesting concept. Because normally I would just think, okay, if my Spectre is Haunt, we just force a full-on 5v5.
Yeah, I mean, I probably would prefer that. I feel like if Storm was there, it's just like, in their head, the option to get him this faster next item maybe was better. I'm not sure what they were thinking, to be honest. I feel like Nigma would have brought everyone, and it would have like resulted in a tower and everything.
No, I think, honestly, I feel like Nigma has this understanding of pressure on the mid lane that like every other team is behind right now. Something about the way that they're able to constantly collapse on the mid lane and take the opposing mid tower first seems so good. Old 11 going for it again. DM though, wise to their tricks, and they're going to be able to get the punish too. Nice toss back there from GPK. Throws the avalanche as he walks backwards here to make sure that the Phantom wouldn't cause him too many issues. Vici Gaming losing their offlane initiator. Virtus Pro, though, still not feeling comfortable enough to do anything with that pickoff.
These plays from Vici, like they were playing really well earlier, but they feel so casual.
Yeah.
Like you're going to jump a hero in front of the enemy mid tower. Middle's the most accessible part of the map. If you jump someone there, you need to expect a fight. If they want to go mid, they should smoke and bring everyone.
Do you feel like in some ways Vici Gaming is being almost a little bit too lax with their advantage?
I think so. Like at first I was like, oh, the Storm idea is sort of cool. But when you said, why did Storm just come? I was just like, okay. So they would have just won that fight harder.
Yeah.
And the same thing happened. They just sort of casually jump. Storm's not ready. They're not blowing up everything. And it's also like when those plays happen and they feel off, you tend to miss spells more because you're not used to the situation you're in. You can see like he didn't get the stun right away. It felt awkward for him. He's not sure if he wants to go.
Yeah.
But they end up going because maybe some communications breaking down or something, and then it looks bad for him. All of a sudden you lose your DK, and
Ori rounds the corner and voila! It's save a Nightfall right there in front of you with the chain stun combination, and now all that space that was being bought for Ori to be able to hit some neutral creeps. Now that all kind of gets given away.
Yeah, and it's all related to the DK death, I think. Because when you lose a hero in Dota, it means that you have one less hero to push out lanes. So because DK's dead, they can't push out this bottom lane the way they want to. Spectre to like dodge a smoke gank, for example. As a result, like Storm, he can't play the map the same way because he doesn't have the same amount of information. They get, I mean, VP are reading it really well, right? They're punishing when Vici make these slip-ups.
That is interesting. Their lineup really doesn't have like the best wave clear, like really efficient.
It's
right?
casual wave clear, right?
Yeah.
Like you sort of have to go there. You can't send illusions, not ghost push. Your heroes sort of have to show.
Compared to Wraith King, who he just summons skeletons,
or even
they run down a lane.
Who like you need to bring a lot of heroes to kill him. I think any of the heroes on Vici, except maybe Spectre, should die to like a Lion Tiny with finger up.
All right, Vici Gaming looks like they're going to make
Radiant's
more of a 5-man rotation. The Spectre is ready to go. Just going to be farming up a hard camp, but the Haunt is ready. And the Dragon Knight starts doing that thing where you just keep on applying the poison to the mid-tier 1 tower.
This feels casual too, though. Like it's 60 minutes in, it's pretty late. If you come hit mid-tower, the enemy is going to bring everyone.
No,
I think they should have taken a better position. We'll see how the fight goes, though.
And it certainly seems like Vici Gaming, in some ways, are trying to poke Virtus Pro and see how they respond.
Maybe they clicked on the Wraith King to see he hasn't back, but not Radiant yet, so like, okay, let's force the issue.
I was going to ask you about that item build. We haven't seen like a lot of Radiances. I feel like we've seen a lot more Armlet Deso builds. Back to the Radiance, why?
I mean, he has tiny Timbersaw cores, so I think Radiance is correct. I think if you look at the lineup, the one redeeming factor is that if Wraith King gets Omega farm this game, he is the hero that he can stand in front versus AA Storm, where no other hero in the game can.
Okay. So it's more about just farming speed for him, the Radiance.
It's like farming and team fighting. Radiance is, when you open the damage tabs after a fight, Radiance is always like the highest damage hero/item. It's very understated how much it affects a team fight, and oftentimes you can't even see where like it gave you tankiness because it caused misses.
3-7, but that net worth lead that VG Gaming had managed to obtain early on has begun to slip a bit through their fingers.
Yeah, it feels a bit like Vici. They made really good moves early, but they never brought everyone, like, stomped on their lead, sort of flattened the enemy team when they had the timing on them. With that said, like, VP, look at these wards they're placing. They're very nice and defensive because they've recognized the state of the game. If we can delay for this, wait for our Wraith King timing, maybe we will be the ones, like, in control of the game, have a situation where we can win. Look at this, they're even smoking up. The Radiance is coming on the courier, they're already smoking mid.
Virtus Pro recognizing this sort of huge tower spike, but at the same time, VG Gaming, they also smoke. They're playing the right-hand side behind this tower after yet another Dragon Knight casual push here. He's getting caught, no doubt, but he does manage to get the tower before he dies. Hold 11, it's going to get blown up pretty quickly, but a nice ice blast into the back line. Looks like Rory is going to be able to assassinate Save as well. Two of the front lines die, and they've lost their support. Timbersaw, Kingslayer, Nightfall, that's all that's left in this fight. Now, say goodbye to Kingslayer. Now the two tanky boys. Save with a buyback. He's going to be able to come in and execute Poyo with a nice finger of death. So, things do even out a bit more. Vici Gaming losing their carry. That one's going to hurt a bit.
Stupendous! I think overall, not bad for VP. I'd say trading a support buyback this early for killing their carry is probably worth it. Also, they get the Lion Stacks, infinite scaling, very important in Dota.
True.
It does hurt a bit because you do want your Lion to get to that Blink Dagger.
Yeah. Man, that was a really nicely executed move by Vici Gaming, but it just was like such a big power spike.
They look so strong. And honestly,
you get it, DN, hit by the Ice Blast, the Phantom is on top of him, so he's dead. Vici Gaming building up that lead again.
I've never seen DM really have this many deaths on Timbersaw. He plays a lot in pubs. It's usually not like this. I think, again, like, the thing is, you can make like a small micro mistake in the lane, and how it snowballs and compounds through the game can make you look a lot worse. Oh, mid lane though.
Cold Feet into Dragon Tail, and Old 11 walking away, throws out the fire, and keeps trucking. DY is going to be traded out by GPK. Both the sports dying here.
That is his buyback timer death, so it's 60 seconds. And I was trying to mention before, these guys kept repeatedly killing each other very quickly. The one thing about that mid fight was that you do want your line to get to that Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
If you had to choose a support to buyback, it would have been ET, but you know, you can't always choose that.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ooh, good snag on the haste rune from DK there. VP would have really liked that. They could have started in the bottom and hit the timing right when Lion survived. Would have coincided right with the reincarnation cooldown as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say he had level 2 reincarnation, right, when he died. So
yeah, he did.
It's coming back pretty quickly.
Trying to think what's the next timing VP want to fight, because I wouldn't feel comfortable sitting around this game. I feel like Spectre Storm eventually you're gonna mess up, but you're gonna step out of position. And there's so many jumps, it's gonna be hard to play. Also, like as we've seen repeatedly this game, Timbersaw can't play Timbersaw Dota. He just gets killed by one hero plus AALT.
Yeah. Definitely, the thing you said about like the small mistakes kind of putting you off of your game, you could definitely see that from DM. He's used to being able to sit in front of his safe lane tier 1 tower, be the aggressor, be able
10
to
seconds for Haunt.
Farm out top. Haunt coming in.
Actually.
Virtus Pro really want to be able to even out cheat this mid tower. Spotted out. They're going to be able to blow him up first. BYW just needs one more hit, but it looks like GPK is failed to be able to get it. The Magic Wand keeps him alive, and now GPK is in trouble. At the same time, Old 11's caused a lot of damage off the Wraith King in the second life, but look at that. They've actually got the illusion. Poyo, he's going to be nailing this Timbersaw until he eventually falls. Virtus Pro, things are just not going right for them, AUI, as now Old 11 actually being able to find the extra pickup. They're going to buy back on the Timbersaw here, knowing that this team fight is a bit of disaster. We're actually turning around. So much damage coming after the Timbersaw, plus the fact they have the finger of death to take out the Storm Spirit, but Nightfall eventually is going to die and doesn't have a reincarnation. Back over to the Dragon Knight. Chakram will finish him up. Save, hoping that he can be protected by the Timbersaw, but there's not much a Timber can do. Support's kiting him around. Oh no, threw out the Chakram. That means this Phantom, it's not going anywhere. It's going to latch on top of him. The Ice Blast is back, and excuse me? PYW is godlike.
PYW has a 20-minute eggs, and he's godlike. What's happening?
I'm just sitting there going like, there's a Wraith King illusion. Yeah, he's got an negative.
There's an after 20 minutes. He completely changed that fight. He thought they were strong. They have the Songe and Wraith King. They have the second life, Radiance. They probably mistimed that Haunt a bit. I think they wanted to do that move a bit early, but they were not expecting this.
No, certainly not. I mean, that's going to feel I mean, now that Radiance,
Yeah, he has a Radiance.
it feels bad.
I think Radiance one of the best illusion targets in like apart from Radiance, just because you always get that first crit off. This Dark Portrait, it does 150% outgoing damage, so it's more damage than the Wraith King.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe not because it's plus damage from Radiance, but it's a lot of damage.
Sure. I mean, you combine the fact that he has this extra Radiance, he's going to have an Inkswell on top of the illusion that's running at people. Like, this is something that is going to be killing support.
No, it's going to be crazy. And I think the eggs, his build just made him really tanky there as well, right? They jumped in with Tiny, they had an anti-spirit on him, it's an Echo Save with Tiny. He thought he would one-shot the support, but PYW just survives and turns the fight.
I mean, I thought that as an observer. I was okay, GPK, PYW, he's dead. And then I'm just like, wait a minute. How is he still alive?
Who's safe? He's setting up. He has his Blink Dagger ready, but he can't solo kill the Storm. He needs more.
Yeah, he needs help.
And you can see Storm, he's going Kaya Sange into a BKB. He understands that his role in this game is just to create chaos. Just kill whoever they find with the taunt, and him and A are going to pick off anyone. A has a Holy Locket too. These supports on Vici are so farmed.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, you said at the very start, Vici Gaming, their supports are usually very important to them, and it's because, I mean, this duo, they have impressed me so much throughout this the season of the DPC.
And look at this, they have Haunt, they have Manton Spectre, they're ready to go again.
Yeah, and they're gonna look for something. 8-18, 6,000 net worth lead for a Spectre lineup. Vici Gaming, even though they could probably just sit back, be happy, content with the state of the game, they're still looking to make more plays, beat the aggressors, keep Virtus Pro stumbling backwards, and into the triangle, not finding anything there. They spot Nightfall, but of course a Wraith King, maybe not your best target to open up on, so instead,
I actually really like this. They smoked, and sometimes it's okay to do a bad smoke. It's not okay to do a bad smoke and just see an enemy and jump because you're like, oh, we need to do something.
You just force
calm,
it,
right?
you're like, oh, we spent a smoke, we have to get a kill,
it happens
right?
all the time. Like, it's okay to mess up a gank. It's okay to just accept a mistake and go for a higher percentage play later. Oh, they're running up this. They're gonna run in full vision.
Nightfall's just going up there, but at the same time, Dragonite, he's already jumped. Kingslayer's just dead right off the bat. Now the Stormshield's gonna be able to grab GBK here with an Ice Blast on top of him, and they've got the Soul Bind. This Tiny's gonna take out. They're just losing cores here. There's so much of the back line is just being disrupted by this Storm Spirit, and eventually, Nightfall can be left for last. Save, they're gonna be able to find one more, or he still had plenty of mana apparently, so he finds Save on top of the 3 kills that they had already gotten just outside of the Roshan pit. So hello Aegis as well.
You know, I talked about like DK casually hitting the tower. That was literally an entire team casually walking up the hill into vision. Like, that would never work. They didn't. Yeah. I don't think, like on replay reveal, like I don't think they'll think that could potentially even be a good play. That's so weird.
Have you heard Kyle's song?
What's his song?
The song is just that.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Don't walk up the high ground with no vision. That's
a good
his
song.
That's a good song.
That's a very good song. You can see on this replay, like DK, he just gets a jump on the Outer Titan and the fight's
Radiant's
over.
middle tower is under attack.
Like Elder Titan gone, GPK, like he just gets comboed by the Storm Spirit into an Ice Blast. He's immediately dead.
This Grimstroke has more network than the Timbersaw, and he's closing on the Tiny. He's double stacking camp, so he gets a gold. PYW this game has just been a monster.
Yeah, seriously. And now he's going to look for Aetherlens now, Eon Disc later. So now he's got an increased range, but he also knows that he needs to protect himself against the jump from the Tiny, because in many ways, like, he damage to HP ratio, like, this guy outputs a lot for
he does
1900 health.
I mean, if you look at this game, VP have no win condition unless they kill the Grimstroke in fights.
Yeah.
I can't see how they do it. And I don't think they have tools to do it right now. They need to play side lanes right now. But how do you play side lanes against a DK Storm Spectre, even with this AA Blast?
Now, Curtis, in your judgment of this game, do you feel like Virtus Pro is underperforming because maybe it's land, maybe it's jitters, whatever it is, or do you feel like Vici Gaming is just playing really, really well?
Vici Gaming are definitely playing well. VP are underperforming compared to the expectations I had of them.
Yeah.
Maybe my expectations were slightly too high, maybe they're not. Like, there's a lot of factors, right? Maybe one person's just not feeling well today.
Yeah.
It's very easy for something to happen. Maybe they couldn't sleep. You know, maybe the cleaning lady knocked on your door and woke you up the day of your match. That always happens for some reason. Do not disturb signs don't work.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I'm both impressed with Vici and disappointed that the VP that I expected doesn't seem to be showing up.
Yeah. Particularly since, you know, the word was Virtus Pro, they were doing really well in scripts going into this event. Seems like they're botting everyone. Ori finds an opening, another soul bite, latching between the Tiny and the Timber Saw. They're both going to get silenced, and maybe DM could make it out alive here as he finally kills the Phantom. But the important hero, GPK's Tiny, the initiator, the big damage dealer, the guy who's going to be killing this Grimstroke, he dies at the start of every single fight.
I feel like there's a reason why Tiny has like a 20% win rate this tournament. Like this hero, like what could he do this game? I don't even know. I mean, there's a lot of, I guess there's some small things, right? Like when he got his blink timing, they kill Timbersaw mid, and it ruins VP's timing, but they're still going.
Still gonna go for this Wraith King, turns around, okay, they've got a buyback off this, and when it looks like Vici Gaming maybe have overextended, they've lost Yo. Ori's in right now, but Nightfall still has the last bit of his BKB, running strong, now going for the Grimstroke. They know PYW is worth a lot of gold right now. Whoever gets that one is gonna get almost 700 gold for that bounty. GPK sees that Ori is very low on mana here. He's got maybe one little small dip left, so Virtus Pro, they could just keep running if they want to. Turns around and actually stalls up GPK by grabbing him there.
I think they got him though.
With the vortex, but he's gonna blink forward. Avalanche toss backwards into some of his allies, and then, yep, he's dead. Life number one. Did he time the stomp here? Kingslayer's gonna go for it. Stomped. Follow up. Earth Spike didn't even see save was there, so of course they've got him. Plenty of disables are left there. And Virtus Pro, just off of a clutch buyback and a bit of an overextension from Vici Gaming, just like that, they're kind of back in the game.
Yeah, Wraith King's actually 2,000 gold above Spectre now. I thought VP, like, how they took fights or map state looked bad, but they got an excellent punish there. One thing that should be very good on this team because of how fast they are in pubs and just how high MMR they are is if you mess up, they should punish you very quickly, and we saw that there.
Yeah, 19% win rate for the Tiny at the WePlay AniMajor.
Maybe a bit higher after this if there's a big comeback.
Maybe off of 21 games. So it's certainly not a sample size issue. I feel like most of the time that I've seen this hero be successful, it's been specifically when it's picked mid against Puck.
Yeah, that makes sense because he's a decent lane versus Puck, and you can catch the Puck, right? You have that instant stun. I feel like he's not really enabled too much by support. Maybe he is. I don't know. Something feels off about the hero to me. I can't really quantify it.
Yeah.
Well, Wraith King's going for the Silver Edge. Seems good this game. Spectre and DK.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think we'll see GPK go for like a small crit into an Aghanims. They should feel like they're lacking a bit of damage. They need to make themselves more of a threat so that they can't just jump the supports and win the fight.
Yeah.
Right now it feels like if ET dies, the fight's over.
Yeah.
And that's sort of what happened last fight, right? They were over aggressive because Tiny was dead. They jumped, but they didn't get the Outer Titan, which they should. They have Spectre and Storm, and then because of that, like this hero's able to stomp and turn around the fight.
Virtus Pro looking to keep this momentum going here. They 4-man smoke off, Radiance off. Get some vision in the triangle, so even if this smoke doesn't work, they may still be able to find a good team fight to come. At the same time, Vici Gaming, they may walk into this one. If Virtus Pro is in the right position, they could break it on the high ground, but they won't. Old 11, charging forward, turning into the Dragon immediately. There goes the Haunt. They're going to spark some of the members. They see Sig. He's immediately going to be orchid it up. He's definitely dying. The stop attempted by Kingslayer, interrupted by Ori. He makes sure that both the supports are going to die now. And Nightfall, he has to go for the BKB, teleport out. This fight was a disaster.
Yeah, a bit unlucky where they popped that smoke. Wraith King managed to even guard his supports with that Radiance and the Shadow Blade, but you see the ET, you jump to ET, there are no saves on the VP side. Honestly, like maybe Wraith King needs to eggs or something to win these fights, because you can't win these fights unless your supports get spells off.
Yeah. No, that may not be a bad idea. I mean, Elder Titan's probably one of the most valuable
for
heroes.
Sure. Oh, actually, you can just stand beside them and the full aura applies. I mean, at the same time, like, Wraith King does need to 1v5 this game in terms of items. Yeah, it's hard to get this Aghanim Scepter.
Sick read there by Ori, spotting Kingslayer
really good.
In all that chaos and grabbing him before the stomp.
I mean, that's a Spectre Storm combo. It's a bit of what I was scared of for VP. If you go into late game against this combination, they always get to choose their jumps.
Trying to clear out the creep wave. Stomp, dodge by Poyoyo's Manta. And they are going to be chased away, but I don't think Vici Gaming is going to be too sad about that. Aghanim Scepter now for Old 11. We saw the Black Dragon in action last team fight. And he's just able to continue his job of just kind of barreling in.
And look at PYW, he's made the adjustment. He's not going for this Aeondis because he understands that how the team fights are going, he's not going to get jumped. Instead, he's going with Force Staff. With this Force Staff, it'd be really easy to get like a ulti and a double Dark Portrait, even on like some tiny plus Wraith King. If he gets an ET plus Wraith King, that would be insane.
Why Force Staff over Blink Dagger?
I think at the same time, because his heroes are frontlining, if they can jump in, maybe he values to save more.
Sure.
I mean, he has a lot of cast range, so you don't need the full blink range, I'd say. I mean, I'm not too sure, but I can understand the logic with Force Staff over blink.
Yeah, it's one of those just middle ground items.
There's a little bit of HP too.
Yeah, sure.
That changes pretty nice with it.
Yeah, that is nice, actually.
Oh man, it's Spectre's BKB. Storm has BKB, DK's BKB. There's just going to be the Golden Armada just going to run at your supports, and there's nothing you can do to save them right now.
How do you play that as a support? When every single team fight you're going to get haunted and immediately jumped by both the Spectre and the Storm Spirit, like, you just don't get to play Dota? That's it?
You know, I was watching this game 2 in the group stage, TNC versus EG.
Okay.
And Fly was playing AA against like a Spectre and like a lot of jump. I actually thought he should sit in the fountain and TP in after Hong is used. I don't think they're going though.
Well, they do manage to get the initiation first this time around. This time on the Dragon Knight, but he managed to get off the BKB after the Finger of Death, and Saber's already dead. Elder Titan orking it up is also in trouble. Even though he has the Ghost Scepter, he's very likely to die. And First Life already gone for the Wraith King. He's going to come back with hell to pay. Ice Blast over the top of things. And this time around, he actually doesn't feel comfortable going for the TP out. I think he was hoping for maybe to be able to Shadow Blade away, but no.
And PYW, he wasn't touched. He didn't lose a single HP that fight. So I think not going for the Aeondis was the right choice. It's just so hard to fight. Like realistically, if you look at VP's lineup at this stage in the game, you're not going to win a fight on even terrain. You cannot fight in the enemy jungle like that. There's no way. The only place you can fight is somewhere with buybacks near one of your towers. So hypothetically, I think keeping the ET in base for the Spectre Haunt, as stupid as it sounds, might be the best way. Or if he has buyback, you just bait his buyback out and then you reset. That's what happened in the mid-tier 2 fight. It's looking rough. Like I don't quite understand their win condition right now.
Yeah, it's a terrible position to be in because what you're saying is basically they need to be able to play on their side of the map, somewhere near towers, TP points, but at the same time, they're the ones with worse late game. They're the ones who have to concede up a Roshan, which is kind of game-winning for Vici Gaming, so damned if you do, damned if you don't.
I mean, you're down 17k with Roshan disadvantage versus, as you said, a better late game draft. You have to take a risk somewhere, or just hope the enemy team messes up.
Yeah.
This is like one of those games where it's pretty much unwinnable, but we've all won these types of Dota games before, you know? People are human. They will mess up. You might outplay them. You can clutch a situation, and it's a major. Like, you should go for that opportunity.
Yeah. And Virtus Pro, on their side of things, the reason they're pushing out constantly is they're thinking about it in the, well, if our supports are going to die anyway, we should try and get the initiation first, right?
Yeah, that makes sense, actually. If they managed to burst a DK there, maybe it could have been a good fight.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think so, but maybe.
Yeah, maybe if they run into a different hero, maybe if they run into the supports or Storm.
Maybe some supports going on a warding journey. And, like, I'm saying, like, it's not a good fight, but I can't appreciate they're taking that risk.
Yeah.
They're not just sitting back and hope, like, I don't know. It's just so hard to play. Ooh, he's...
Holy cow. All right. That is the Illusion and the Dragon Knight, killing Nightfall's first life and forcing him into a BKB on the second life. And, well, both the Haunt Illusions and the actual Illusion of the Wraith King chase everybody else away. Vici Gaming not going to get anything for that. Maybe there is an opportunity somewhere in that as the Dragon form wears out. Maybe Virtus Pro could do something. But again, they'd be fighting into Aegis.
I think they're pretty chill waiting on Vici. They used Haunt for that, and they didn't feel like the position was good enough to commit. I'm pretty sure they had talk. If we don't jump to supports, I don't care if the fight looks good. Let's just wait for a better opportunity. We're ahead. We get to pick our fights, play the highest percentage.
Upgrades, we have the Shard now picked up for the Ancient Apparition, so a little bit of pushing power from him, maybe blink canceling, who knows. Abyssal Blade now for the Spectre, so even worse life for the supports. They show and they instantly get stunned, and that's that for them. And then also Ori having an Aghanim Scepter, so look out for that big team fight wombo combo from him. Level 25 on the Spectre, 5% dispersion. The list kind of goes on and on and on about Vici Gaming. They were winning fight 15 minutes ago, 15 minutes later, and they're like incredibly strong, overpoweringly so.
The nice thing about Dota is, as long as you have stuns, you can technically clutch every situation.
Sure.
And what VP does have is a lot of single target lockdown. If they have stun zone alone beside the ETR, like they'll kill anyone. So maybe some hope there. Maybe that's what they're trying.
Tier 4 items are out. Virtus Pro all sticking together a bit as they just try and get anywhere out there on the map. DY chilling with his spider legs, just being a ward in this situation.
They have Roshan for another 2 minutes. Haunt's up in 30. I think they're pretty much just going to wait for that and go ham.
Yeah.
With Spectre.
It's funny because they spot GBK and stuff, but it's they don't even like try and rush at him or anything. They respect the fact that Virtus Pro is still a team that can win fights. Oh my god, that was a long TP. But yeah, they respect him enough and is saying, okay, let's just wait until we get Han up, guys. Let's not, you know, half-ass this.
Yeah, the last time we sort of lost respect, we dove a tier 2 mid and got them back into this game.
True. True.
At the same time, I think they should go with this Aegis. There's a minute, 30 seconds left. You have Han, you have everything. It's go time.
If they do give enough time for GBK to actually get an Aghanim Scepter, that will be a problem for them ending the game. High ground Tiny throwing a bunch of trees around.
There's playing safe and waiting for the right fight to get the highest percentage fight you can, and there's waiting so long that you're sort of giving them the opportunity for either you to mess up or for them to like get a really good situation.
Yeah.
I think at this point, Vici is sort of falling into the latter category.
Yeah.
I mean, at the same, they're 23k up. It's a major. Nerves on the line. They really want to win this game, so
an elimination match.
I mean, Vici need to win this match to qualify for TI too, right? It's not even just a major at stake here.
Yeah, absolutely.
This DK is beefy. Look at him.
Yeah.
4,000 HP with a Minotaur Horn, a BKB, and an AC.
Yeah, doesn't the Aghanim Scepter give you like what 40% magic resistance? Or something like
ridiculous.
That? Yeah,
I don't even know.
Number.
It's like 40 or 65. I think it like ends up. Okay, I could check over here. It's bugged and it doesn't show me because he's not in dragon form. It's not bugged. I'm just dumb and can't read.
Yeah, it won't tell you until
I'm waiting. So Aegis is a
he does it as well. He's going to be able to get a chance on me, be able to kill Kingslayer after this. Kingslayer getting for the stun, but they've already lost save. He immediately buys back. He's now been tossed back by GPK. They're trying to get the Zelda tagged out, but they also need to be able to save their carry. Nightfall's in trouble. Kingslayer Ori trying to get those last couple of hits in a bash from Poyo is able to finish him off. Now they start retreating though, knowing that more buybacks are coming in. Tossed back into the fountain. Poyo! Aegis was just about to expire. Oh, what a jump in from Ori! Inside of the fountain he goes for it to make sure that Poyo is able to get out of range of another toss back into the fountain again. Ori, though, used so much mana in doing that little bit of nonsense, and he ends up dying. Nightfall kills him off with 1100 damage crit. Now they're chasing for more. Nightfall has his own illusion to contend with, but he does have the reincarnation. Poyo is going to be able to dispatch him pretty quickly. That's like number 1. Old 11 dealing with the support. Save's already dead. Die back for him. DM popping his soulbind, not able to get away, but it's going to free up Nightfall as soon as he dies. But Nightfall, it actually isn't even the Spectre. Half the time it's this damn Grimstroke illusion.
That rating just killed 4 heroes. I think it did 8,000 damage that fight. I'm not even kidding. 8,000 damage.
Oh my god.
What happened?
I mean, without a doubt, we know who our MVP was for that game 1. PYW. What a monster on the Grimstroke.
No, he was insane. Honestly, a little bit.